And now I'm back from outer space. It's actually a little chilly in here still. Good morning. Okay, so I think I'm really dumb. So this puzzle that I've been looking at and failing over and over and over and over again, failing. This one here. I've got the... so, let me... Hold on. Where's the... Here. This shit. This is what I've been having a problem with. This type of shit. This is me. I'm sitting here going, huh? What is it? What is it? I can't tell what it is. This type of shit. I've been thinking about the negative space only. But it's been so clear all along. Yeah, you turn... So I finally, instead of just turning my head, I finally drew it out on my notes. Let me switch to burp. I finally drew it out, right? Ta-da! And then I actually turned it physically and looked at it, and I went, "Oh my god!" Immediately, I went, "Oh my god, I'm an idiot." Bug. I've been looking at the negative space this whole time. I've been looking at the rooms. It's the walls. That's the hidden cost, is the walls. Which, okay, so it could either be just 14 or it could be 714. But I think it's going to be just 14 because the 7 is not the same height as the others. So we're going to come back to this after I take care of this issue that I've been having. Okay, if it's not either of these, I'm gonna be a little bit pissed. Thank God. Okay. Okay. That was the first one I wrote down. And oh, the 7's not the same height. And thought, okay, maybe. Ah! And it just gives me an answer? You piece of shit. Oh, man. Wow. Fuck off. Ugh. Hey, there's a second window that's not yet broken. Wow. Okay. How am I supposed to get into this section? Through this door here? By the third floor elevator? That's just a picture. The third eye picture. That's a door? And I should be like here now. There's a shortcut door here. The third eye poster is a door. Interesting. Which lets me in here, which lets me in here, which lets me in here, and lets me out this direction through the shortcut. And in here. Okay. Okay, but we did get more progression here to see what is in the lounge. Okay, yes, there is a back of a shortcut to the elevator. Okay. Good grief. Okay. Four busts. This is going to be the creator. To Nate. To N1. Three to lie. Like Lorelei. That is me. I got the earring there. It's the magician. 3, 2, and 1. So the to Nate is going to be Renate. So Renate, who is it? Renate Schwarzwald? Was it in a book? Where was? Yeah, okay, the book that had the interview. It was stuff really early on talking about a Renate Schwarzwald, I thought. Transcending Numerology, 1963. Lunar phases of that year of 1847. Okay. It would have been a note or a letter, right? Yeah, these are the different Huh. I don't remember what the note, where the thing talking about that name was? Yeah, Renee Schwarzwald. We're proud to currently hosting an absorbing mixed media work. Standing showing of it. She's the one that did the Monday through Sunday. Right? Okay. These look like passwords, though. Like, potentially... No, I can't do numbers on that. But there's another typewriter here. Okay. There's a note next to the device. Input case-sensitive request for bug report 2. Okay. But again, no numbers. Okay. So this puts more color on the mannequin. Looks like Renee. Okay. So this is Renee Schwartz. Mannequin. Can't spell. This looks to be Nero. This is man. Nero. This is us. Lorelei. Vice. And this is the magician. I don't actually... Oh, Lorenzo. Magician. Let's get the other titles. I think I wrote them down. Oh, interesting. Whoa. The positioning is different outside. It would be rotated outside. If we rotated it 180 degrees, then it matches. That's it. That's the goal. I'm making progress, though. I said earlier, but I'll say it again since you're here. I did it. I had the breakthrough I needed for that stupid puzzle. And it was just writing it down. I've been looking at it, and I've been looking at the negative space. And so I finally just wrote it down and flipped it. And I go, oh, that's a 14 right there. So it's either 714 with a little 7 or 014. I've been looking at the negative space, the rooms. I've been looking at the rooms, not the walls. So I got it open, and wouldn't you know it, let me actually put the game back on. Thought I solved puzzle 12. Where did you see puzzle 12? Oh, no, I did not have a breakthrough on that one. No, I have not looked at that one again. But, wouldn't you know it, on this map, it's gone. There was just a 3-digit number written here by this lock that required a 3-digit number. I just had the code on the map. So I got in here, which is nice. But it has another typewriter that needs another case-sensitive code. And it's got these busts that have these, what look like, could be, you know, codes to request logs, but I can't do numbers. But I do know all these people. This is Lorenzo the magician. This is us, Lorelei Weiss. This is Renate Schwarzwald, I believe. And this is our Nero. Yeah, that kind of bust. What is his first name? Risotto? Renzo. How have I not put that together that his name was just Renzo? Lorenzo and Renzo. Okay. So is Lorenzo just Lorelei plus Renzo? Interesting. Let me take a look outside and confirm. Because they should be the same people that are on these here. But these are rotated. This has Magician Dreamer. That's us. They're rotated 180 degrees. So this should be Magician Dreamer. And then this should be the man. Renzo. He is creator. Yeah. And then this is artist. Okay. And they are capitalized. Those could be things I could try as codes. But I don't know what the 2N1, 2NATE, 32 LEI, 32N1. So 3 stands for low. 2N1 is Renzo. Okay, if 2N1 equals Renzo, and 32N1 equals Lorenzo, then 3 equals low. And so then we have 32 LEI. 3 equals low. So we have low 2 LEI. So 2 should equal RE. We should get that from 2N1. Okay, so 1 equals ZO, ZO. 2 equals RE. 3 equals LO. We get Lorelei, Lorelei, that works. And then we look at tunate is going to be Renate, 3-2 Lei, okay, that, and then we got Lorenzo. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3. Zo, re, lo. And what do we do with this? Back to the typewriter. So I could say like Z. The caps is going to be interesting. Got a few different versions to try. Zo, re, lo. Okay. Bug report 2. Maybe there's 3 bug reports, and if 2 is Ray, and it's always at the it's not always at the front. What if I just say Ray? No. No, okay. Let's see. The only one that's always capitalized is 3. Okay. Interesting. So I know what 1, 2, and 3 stand for, but I don't know what to do with them. I've got, let me look at the maps. Is there a third typewriter location? There's log 1. There's log 2. There's log 3. Okay, so there's, okay. So I've got 1, 2, and 3. Which very well could relate to bug report 1, 2, and 3. But all we have is a 2-letter, and it didn't work. Interesting. Okay, let's go to the mirror. Save and then go into the mirror now that we've got that accomplished. And do this likely spooky first-person section. Okay, here goes. I'm just tapping the button and it moves that much. It's not 8 direction, but it's like 16 directions. Oh, interesting. Are we in that portion of the maze now? Yes. Hello, owl. You're brave to enter the hallways of wisdom. This is a place for reflection. Ah, this is the quiz club. Okay, hallways of wisdom for reflection. Quiz club. They wait inside. Know this? They're vile? Really? Magician bros are vile men? Vile and deadly. Hold your tongue if you do not know the answers to their inquiries. They know only truth or death. I should have the answers. Use everything you have learned to survive and reach the center. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so I have a pretty good knowledge of how to get to, especially with the images they're giving me, the center of the maze. Maybe not if they're blocking a bunch of the optimal paths. Now that's interesting. So now we're basically playing the advanced version of the arcade game we played on the handheld. Interesting. The men with the revolvers are the magicians. I did not put that together for that game. It's not broken yet. Do I have to go into the maze and grab all of the slabs to break the windows to interact with things here? Are these where the windows are being broken in that animation? Let's test this. Hello, Brother Secundus. Brother Tertius. Hello, Secundus. Play safe and never pass. Gamble to pass or perish. I see. How many minutes long is it? Ooh. This is not an answer to the question at all. I don't know these. I might die here. Hold on. Let me take a look at my notes on the messages they sent me. Two, I'm talking to Secondus. Crystal sphere, red rune eye. This has nothing about a crystal sphere. I'm gonna say risk my life. I misunderstood. Well, I'm fucked now. I misunderstood. I thought those were the answers I was giving. But it was actually contextual for the conversation. I'm fucked. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, that was my bad. Why did I have to speak in, like, riddles to them? That... Okay. So let's at least, I'm not gonna toy with it. But I will get the encounter with the girl. So then, a question. I can... So then I should be able to look at the, here. Like, this was what they're asking. There's the run length. So I should just be able to say 70... No, excuse me, 133. Okay. So then, if I had understood... Alright, Secundus. Play safe and never pass. Okay, gamble to pass or perish. How many minutes long? So if I said... Allow my contemplation. I should have just tried that. So it's, I said 120 and then 13. Yeah, 133. Speaker query once more. How many minutes? Yeah. I thought it was going to be incorrect because of the same sound effect. I'm going the wrong ways on purpose to see if there's anything hidden in... Ooh! Oh! Oh! What are you? Oh. Okay. It's like talking to... These are the locations of the weeping woman in the other maze. Got it. Alright, so... We need to go across... Whoops. Over here. And then this is going to be the... window. Yeah, I have not broken the... Okay. Interesting. Octavius. I thought there were only 5 brothers, but there's going to be a whole bunch. Okay. What's the street number? Did Peterson live? Oh, I don't have that answer. Okay. But I can write down the questions. Okay. Secundus was a Jew. Minutes. Octavius is street number of Peterson. I don't know that. So then this should be, I'm not answering. Nonus. Which year was Dr. S.C. Bolt? Good question. Allow me to contemplate. $1949. Ooh, what is this? In the future, I made a paper. Is that the locations of the chests? God damn it. Duodecimus. Which number is creation? 9. Oh. Oh. It's one of the 1693. But why don't I just fucking check? If they're gonna let me, if it's an open note quiz, then I will open my notes. I had just looked at that though. 3. I wonder if I get something for intentionally encountering all of them. Because right now I'm just trying to get to the center. But there's probably at least a Steam achievement. Tertius Decimus. What year? Exhibit year of verse Aaron take place in Dusseldorf. I'm not sure I know that. This should be more related to Renate Schwarzwald than Renzo. Kai agates. I don't know if I have this. Ah! That was ours. Okay. That was the one that says Renate then. Oh, no, this is the boxes. Oh, shit. This is the box puzzles. So I need to learn more about the box puzzles and when they were displayed at Dusseldorf. That's not mentioned here. But Renzo said something about enjoying seeing them when we mentioned them to him on the phone. Interesting. I mean, like, it could be the first year of the puzzles, but I'm not going to risk that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say for now, I wonder if that locks me out. Hopefully not. Okay, let's go try the other area. Oh! Tertius. Which page of the instruction? What? This is weird that it's an open notebook and it's got this specific stuff. Like, okay, everyone's just going to look at the notes and get the answer right. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Instruction book controls page. I wonder if it's going to be more of a, like, put the answers in order or something like that. Because all the answers seem to be numbers, and all their names are numbers as well. So is there going to be a meta puzzle later where we use all of these answers? How to control the game. 3. Then this should take me over to the spiral room. Quintus. This is the second puzzle game I've played with a Quintus in it in the last 6 months. Price of 4 centiliters of Glen single malt at hotel. Glen something single malt. Should be in the beers, right? Or the hard liquors, not the wines. There we go. 3 per centiliter. So it would be 3 per centiliter equals 12. Money, 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 money. I didn't see the name of this guy. Shit. I guess now we get to... Okay, this is... When Augenwald Forest became N Park. Okay. I'm gonna say this so I can get his name. Sexus. Alright, we are not locked out, that's for sure. Documents. Oh, it's in maps. $1958. Really curious about having the broken windows for this section. Also, I was not where I thought I was. Septimus. How many types of cocktails? Number of cocktails at hotel. I would have thought a gin and tonic would be considered a cocktail. Maybe a cocktail has to have 3 ingredients or more. Oh, it's just an exit. Okay. I want to check out the spiral area. So I need to go north. Shit, I didn't get his name again. God damn it. How many pieces was the maze shattered into? I'm pretty sure that's 9. But I'm not gonna gamble on that. I'm gonna go save. Primus. Primus sucks. Interesting. I want to go to the 3rd floor of the elevator. Because I thought this was a clue, but the map seems to say there's a door. But there's nothing to enter something into here. Third eye hears all. Do I need to do something that... Maybe I need to activate all the music stands? I know I've done that. Okay, I've done 3 of them on the 1st floor. I've done all of them on the 2nd floor. The 1. No, there's one locked behind it. Okay, that's not it. Are we winning yet? No, but I am making progress. Yeah, I mean, I would guess, based on my percentage, that it's something like between 20 and 30 hours. Depending on how well you complete the puzzles. I'm at like 12 right now, I think. And I have about 50% completion on the save file. It's only 10 hours? That's a surprise that it's that short, but it looks fantastic. I actually think that game is great from everything I know about it and the emotional beats it goes through. And I think that's a really cool game. Really cool. Unique gameplay mechanic. Only 10 hours. That's a shame. But I mean, that's the whole, like, that's kind of the whole story is like, oh no, this little thing at it, but then you learn to care about it. And it's very much a parental, emotional pull type of game. I watched a couple people play the ending of it because I'm never going to play it myself, but it was a type of ending, you know. Hearing that it's only 10 hours is a surprise. Especially since it was in development for like 9 years or something. I don't mind games being short. I kind of like when games don't overstay their welcome. But for it to be I was going to say for it to be a $60, yeah, but like, if you're going to the movies, paying $12 or more for a ticket for 2 hours, okay, 5 times that, $60. You know, the people put games on a really, really high standard that I don't necessarily agree with when they complain about the price of games compared to other forms of entertainment and the cost of other entertainment, like going and buying drinks at the bar. Spend $20 on drinks at the bar, you know. So I have a hard time complaining so much about games being short or games being expensive because games take people time to make, and the visual fidelity of that game looks really nice. The way it's put together, the gameplay and everything, it looks really nice. I don't have a huge problem with it. Will I buy it at that price? No, I am a hypocrite. Am I going to play it? No. But, you know, I'm not going to complain about the fact that it's $60 for 10 hours, you know, and it still seems like it's a fantastic game compared to other games, right? I've mostly heard good things about the Jedi Survivor, Jedi whatever games. Okay, mostly. Not entirely, but mostly. Interesting. Okay, so I've got the quiz room. I wonder if getting to the center of the quiz room is going to give us information about the hexadecimal codes needed to get to this, open the center of the maze itself. I agree with that. Despite what I said, I do agree with that. I would like a 20-hour, if it's a story game, like a heavy story game like that, I think 20 hours is a good amount of time to aim for. But some of the, like, what was it, the old, was it the, like, Devil May Cries, or was it like the God of Wars? There are some of the older story, like, single player story games were really fucking short when I understand, but I can't remember what series that was that I heard that about. Yeah, I have to be into it. If it's going to be longer than that, I have to be really into it. Then it becomes more of a gamble for the developers, right? For me, if I'm putting that much time into a game, I like it to be mostly gameplay focused, the gameplay that I'm enjoying. The gameplay has to be really solid in between the good story for me to want it to be that long, I guess. See, for me, knowing they're that long is actually like a deterrent for me to want to get into them. Like, what, Final Fantasy 13 was like, oh yeah, you get past the 13-hour tutorial and then you can start enjoying the game, is everything I heard about it. It's like, I don't want to do that. That's what you like about them? Fair enough. Different strokes. Well, yeah, I know it's not literally a tutorial, but that's the way people talk about the game was that it takes quite a while to open up. It's the same as FF7. You think of Midgard as the tutorial? Yeah, fair. I'm bugged by those bug logs, bug reports being accessible, but I don't. Let's go look at the puzzle boxes and see if there's any information about when they were displayed at Dusseldorf. Because we can look at this note, but it doesn't mention Dusseldorf at all. Neither do these. And the book on Lorelei Weiss has had its pages torn out. See, that's what I need. The Life and Times of Lorelei Weiss. Maybe that means I can find the pages somewhere, and I just have not found them yet. Yeah, but it's German, so it's a V. Oh no, I'm being haunted. It's time. Is there any reason for me not to progress that? Okay, they appeared without me going into the maze. So why don't I take a trip into the maze and grab the slabs? I wonder if it's worth drawing the locations of, like, these steps down there and everything. Or just winging it. I watched a little bit of Brad. No, I watched Brad's first video. And he's got a digital note-taking program he's using. And he's cheating by just taking screen grabs. And pasting them in there. useful. It's good shit. I mean, he's also writing things down, but when it comes to like picture-based things like this that I was considering. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just grab the slab nearest the entrance that I'm at in the mirror and see what it does. What it do? Stress is high. All right. Time to find out. Well, time to go back to the maze. Season 5 teasers, cool. So, now I know it's a good thing. And is it a key to one of the dated rooms? Ah! Cool. But now you know I gotta go back to the maze and get the other slabs. Have you ever had a dream that you could want him to do you so much you could do anything? You can't just trigger a vocal stim like that. That's cheap. That's rude. Tried to sleep early only for it to backfire and you get few hours of sleep and wake up when you would normally wake. Yes, I have gone to bed early and woken up at 2 a.m. Okay, but I can't use the maps right now. And I don't remember. Actually, was this 32 or 38? 32. Yeah. Let me pass. I'm not sure I have access to the 38 door right now. Oh, I forgot about that one too. Glad I double checked before going through the rest of it. Damn, this shit's good. Oof. Was that one of the, that was the, survival crafting game? With, like, the Egyptian or, like, temple aesthetic? Whoops. Not reliable. What? Huh. It's supposed to be left, and then down, and then right, and then down. Okay. I just missed the hole. And I've got all... Yeah. But I couldn't get past here. No, I know it's 9 pieces. They talked about this. I know it's 9. Is there anything over here? Oh, an exit. Okay. Round and around the spiral. On the spiral. Swing on the spiral. Spiral out. Keep going. If I only lived in a dream. And this key must not be mine. The etymologist's dream. Well, this is pretty big. If I'm able to get some of these keys. Now, the question is, can I get to any others? Or am I quiz locked? Bad effort to payout ratio. Too laborious. Okay, we got that one, but down here, straight down, can I pass Quartus? Jan, what? It's the 7th, wasn't it? Did our Nero expect hotel arrival? Yeah. Okay. That's going to let us into the key. I never owned a thing, and this key must not be mine. I can get to that door! I know where that one is. It's by bug report 1 that I haven't accessed. Okay, so then if we go right and down. No. Yes? And left? Yeah. If you are more than I ever was, then this key must not be mine. 60. I'm not sure if I have access to that one or not. Okay, so we have got... Let me keep track of this. Upper right, middle, middle, upper middle we have gotten. To craft beast armor leggings, you need 2 leather, 8 linen, 4 thin rope. Each leather requires tanning fluid. Linen is crafted from 3 fibers. You need 24 thin. I don't feel like Enshrouded is that different. But also, a lot of the like, oh, I need so much of this is just gated behind, go do a mining trip or do some, plant some seeds and wait. And then you can go explore and fight while that's happening. But Enshrouded just keeps getting cooler and cooler, though. With all of its major updates. God damn it. The water update is really quite neat. I think they have not filled out the entire area of the map yet. I think so, yeah. Alright. If I am but a hollow container, a mannequin, if you will. Give it to me. 1932. I have access to that one for sure. Yeah, it's super impressive. Even when I first played it, like before a whole bunch of extra zones were added, and when we played it in a similar level of development, there was a lot. And they've added to the mid zones that between what we did. They've added extra zones in that middle area. They've added 3 or 4 extra zones after what we did. Added a whole bunch of dungeons and mechanics. All the hallowed halls are new. All the night sanctums are new. There's a lot. Yeah. Okay, but the only path down are through these people that I don't know. This is the street number of Peterson. Street number of Peterson. I'm gonna have to like pour through my notes for that one. And this one is exhibit year of our puzzle boxes. And I think those are the only 2 paths down. No? Let's go back up to the middle top room and see if I can go a different path. Although that might just connect to this guy as well, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. That's who we're looking at. Okay. So I am quiz blocked on the other keys. I can look and find out more about this Peterson fellow, or I can try to find out more about Dusseldorf. Let's exit from over here. Where is the exit door for this? I don't remember where it is in this room. Oh, fuck me. There we go. Okay, we got some keys. Hell yeah. I can't. Okay. Okay. Window. Oh, fuck. There's 5 missing panes of a window that are all the same size and ratio of the Lorenzo posters. Of which there are 5. Broken window. Okay. Man. Book. Left. hand. Point right hand. Paint can with brush. Lupus in fabula. Lupus in wolf in fabula. Poor Rudy. Why is Ruby scared? Okay. Footprints. Chair. Light behind window. Lorelei. Rudy. Tail between legs. I don't think I see anything else of note. Okay. Which phrase was painted on the floor? Comes back from her walk with Rudy. Man's waiting for her, standing by an easel, propped a window placed. Poorly painted, red paint, half finished. Woman clothes are stained with her paint. Had a nice long walk. Woman doesn't notice the change in his demeanor. The man is shaking from barely concealed rage. What is this? Early sketches for the maze. It's just a lot of numbers. Vectors and coordinates for the computer. Ooh. Don't hide behind the computer. To create anything with it, we need vectors. I don't know. Maybe the dates and switches are going to be like vectors that we have to connect from date to date to go through the maze. I dependent read myself. Why was it being read important? Directions are for tourists and amateurs, simple people who paint waterfalls. I hired an artist, one who understands the rules of the game. I must say that I'm very disappointed in your lack of passion. Take a deep breath. Calm down and change the approach to please the man. I'm sorry. This project is a bit confusing. What's the window for? For someone to fall through, of course. Wow, go paint a waterfall. Piece of paper stuck in between the pages. She pulls it out. Whispers to Elf as she reads, "Meet me in the chapel tonight. Do not tell him." Maybe I don't want to give that one to him. Okay, so this is going to help us open the puzzle box. I thought the puzzle boxes were going to have the keys to these rooms. $1932. Isolate messages and interpret. Observe the observer. Perspective. Okay. Observe the observer. So do I need a reflection of the camera as well? Christ, I don't believe in Frankenstein or Superman, 'cause all I wanna do is bicycle, bicycle. There are no reflections. I can get perspective, but I'm not... Ah! Observe the observer, indeed! Three. 9. 2. No. There's going to be a 1 somewhere on the camera as well. I understand. I get it. Okay. So, horizontal cross is last. This is the solution to the puzzle box. When we look at this one, we see the 9, and that is the omega. When we look at this one, we see the 3, just the cross. So then where is the 1? Like here? Yeah. H. Let's go open that fucking box! That's cool. Any American dollar-y dues? There it is. So it's H, omega, cross. It's gonna be my biography! Let's go! Okay. Mom is Lot. I did not have her first name before. We're the eldest. Eldest of 3. In 3 years. So there's a 33 and a 34 as well. Small child. Little lore. We've seen the leaving the frame hastily in one of the disk memories as well. We saw that remaining photograph. Okay. Ah, cool. Okay. Let's look for the other rooms I can get into. Do I have the which keys do I have? 60, but not 62? Okay. 38, 48, 57, 60. Yeah, I know about 62. I can get to... oh, that's 53. Oh, shit. And that... oh... There's 48 I cannot get to. There's 60 I cannot get to. That is locked behind this statue head. Okay. $57 is also inaccessible. So where is 1960? There's 38 in the loft that I would have to get through from 63. So 38 and 48 are both inaccessible. 57 is inaccessible. Where is 60? Maybe there's a 1960 door that's locked. No, it would still be gray. What am I missing? Oh, there's 60. Hold on. All right, let me write my keys down. Got 1932 is done. $1938, 1948, 1957, and 1960. Oh, I didn't even think about looking at this. Huh, the room might have changed. Huh. The electric room. Room of birth. Room of independence. Father's room. The hiding room. So then where is 57? Was that the one in the... This is 48. This is 60. There's 57, okay. boxes, and then 38 is in the loft. I can't get to any of those! Fuck! Iron pants. Chainmail. Stare at your screen while it's crafting? You can't just set them and come back when they're done? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Oof. That's rough. Well, shit. Two of those are being gated by this bust. I don't have anything diamond shaped. What is the revolver key supposed to be used for? Oh, that might be used for 1963, the man's room. I've not used my cards yet either. Maybe I should try them on the doors associated with them. Where's the heart and spade door? I know where the clubs is. I know where the diamonds. Oh, there's the spade. Next to the diamond. Okay. The only one okay, let's go to the diamond then. Yeah. You know. Huh. Have I tried this yet? Okay, well, that's not the answer. I wonder what the playing cards are for then. Let's go to the man's room and try the revolver key. This is the fastest way there. Still frustrated by this. Should be 734, but I mean, it should relate to this. But like the amount of the possible combinations of things I could try between 734 734, you know, 734 without the and, all that, and then you add the caps into it as well. It's like the amount of combinations is staggering to me, overwhelming. And if it was just a number thing, why do I have to type it out, and why is the option of special characters here? I could see it being a thing where on the other room there was the 1, 2, 3 that I learned, right? And maybe there'll be another room where I learn what the rest of the digits correspond to. So then I would put in the code of 734, but with the letter corresponding to those, the letters corresponding to those? I don't. No, I'm not sure at all. But there's this clue here, which is next to it, that I've not figured out where else this would go to. There's nothing saying it has to go to that thing. Oh, no, the missing numbers. The missing numbers are the end of those dates. And you can confirm that by looking at it. It has them in Roman numerals. It's upside down 1984, upside down 1963, upside down 2014. So from the bottom to the top, 734. Let's see if this works. Oh, that's all we can do here? We can't bust our way in? Sure, take my scripts. I actually figured out the blanks should be before actually clicking on the page and seeing the numerals. I was like, oh, those are those dates that are everywhere in this game. Maybe we can get in this room after we've given all the pages. Here's the other one. This has these busts that I talked about, where I was able to figure out what these numbers stand for, since we know all these people's names. So I know the alphabet values of the letters 1, 2, and 3, which you would think you would then put them just together in that order, and that did not work for getting the bug report. How to progress forward now? She's still going on and on. I need to say something to her. Maybe this is Mom. We learned Mom's name was Lot. Maybe we just say Mom. Mom. Ah! I wasn't. 1932 memory. Interesting that it's 1932. I'm in the 2014 room, wasn't I? Aren't I? That looks like 2014. Yeah, 2014. Why is that the 1932 memory? Because I used the 1932 page to get her name. Ah! Each of the... Ah! Okay. So she babbles on about a bunch of different stuff when you listen. She says things like the Eastern Art Symposium, the cafe, the photo exhibit, mother, her sister and father, sculpture, all these things. So So I gave one of those answers, Lot being the mother, and she gave me a vision. But the vision does not seem particularly helpful. Because we already knew 2014. we're in this room. So what is that supposed to mean for me? Cool that I got this to do something, but okay. It was supposed to be Delphine's band. Name in telex. There's no vice in here, though, right? I feel like you could probably stumble upon the right answer for her with some of the other clues she gave, but I don't want to just try a whole bunch of shit. Feels a little like brute forcing if I don't actually have a really good idea. And I know how to get the other pieces of information once I can get to the rooms that I have keys for. So, I guess now I need to... Peterson! It was right here. Wolf Street, 15, Peterson. I can do that one. I can make progress in the maze and get another key. I should have thought to look in the phone book. I didn't realize there were addresses in the phone book. I never took in that information. All right. This is the direction I don't need to go. That means we got this. If here is not a place, then this key must not be mine. 53, hey, I can access that one. Let's go. Then this would be toward the other guy that I couldn't pass. I'm just trying to find all the money and stuff. Undecimus. Tombstones stand by the mausoleum. I know that one is 3. Tombs by Maus. That should be 3. You are Quartus Decimus. Three. %90 certain it's 3. And I think it's even in the instruction manual here. Oh, it's not. I know it's in some script. The last script here mentioned it. Yeah, 3. Just wanted to double check so I don't lose progress. That's the 4th answer. That's just the letter 3. Number 3, that is. Gimme. You are Tertius Decimus. Okay, yeah, you're the one that talks about what year was it displayed in Dusseldorf. I just got to the other side. Okay. Okay. That's an exit. Okay. We want to go down here. You are Decimus. What is Lorel's telephone number? I mean, that should be easy to look up. Is that one of my sisters? Oh shit, that might not be in here actually. I feel like I've seen Lowell before though. Oh, no, it's just there. Lowell, 39 80 30. 39 80 30. $62. I'm glad they have the reference, like, images here to help you understand where you are. I have a pretty good understanding of the layout of the maze when I can look at it in a static perspective, but with the twists and turns, it's easy to get turned around. Quintus Decimus. It would be interesting if Quintus Decimus is the highest. Sextus Decimus should be the highest. If there's going to be 16, that will be interesting as the first number relating to 16, because there is a relationship with the maze and hexadecimal, which is base 16. How many minutes after midnight? Minutes after midnight did Andreas Coleman arrive at hotel? Now this is interesting. Do I know an Andreas? Is there... Do I need to... I would have looked at any papers I found at the desk, the arrival desk, what's it called? Okay. But I did get a couple new keys, so let's hop out here. Wherever the nearest point to hop out is. And we received 53 and 62. And I can get to both of those doors. 4. I don't think that's actually a 4. Because last time we needed the numbers of the date. Where's the... Let's read first. Look around. Perhaps even out of the windows, or of our own personal space. Let the symbols meet ideas. The work is open to several interpretations, but the artist leaves us a clue when examining its symbolism from specific perspectives. Examine perspectives. Beliefs are only true when held in solitude. Okay. I see out the window there a reflection of this rotated. I see the camera. Handheld camera. And I can walk around. Interesting. Okay. So this is the 1962 room. Ah. Okay. Interesting. So 1 is the stretched octagon. Don't care about 4. Where's the 9? Now the question is, which is the 9 and which is a 6? Two, 3. So the 2 that's interesting. This one's hard for me to interpret well because the pedestal sizes don't seem to see. I would think that this is saying the 9 here is the hexagon. Maybe that's what we have to say. This perspective is both the 9 and the 6. So we look in this reflection, that's the 9. And if I look in this reflection, then the 6 becomes the near circle one. No, that would be the 5. It should be the diamond. Oof. Further away. Okay, so then where is my 2? The 5. Where did the 5 go? Here. The 2 becomes the sun. Where the 5 would be nothing. Okay. What about the star? Don't know what the star represents. Maybe we are the star of the movie. The 3 and the 0 also don't have values. All right. Let's go try that out. God damn it. It's a lot of arrows. Okay. (1953). One and the same reality exists simultaneously. One in a room, one televised. 10 individuals only identifiable on the screen. Perhaps a comment on our fixation with televisions, or a remark on individualism versus collectivism. The artist wraps the meaning in a mystery, as if asking, who would you be and where would you stand? You were on TV. Not quite sure I get what they're hinting at with that, but... Oh. Who would you be and where would you stand? Well, this is not me. This is Renate. And this is Lorenzo. Understood. Do I? I do. I do understand. Okay, we're looking for a 1953. So the one looking... Huh? Is the arrow where the camera is looking at them from? If that's true, then it's this is the... How do I draw this? Let me just draw the shape of the pattern. So then we have 3. Five from head on. There are 2 of him that are head on, but we need to look at the shadows. I believe that's going to be this one and not this one, because this one is fully bright. We'll see if there's another one from head on that has the full face bright. I don't care about 6. Oh, some of her hair is missing? Nine, I do care about. And we are looking from her other side, so that's going to be this one here. Okay. The 1 is from his right. which is just the first one. Yeah. So then is 2. Yeah, that's a fully lit. Okay, they did try to trick me there. Okay. All right, let's go open some puzzle boxes. How do I get there from here? So it should be 1, 9, 5, 3. Let's go! Dropping out of university, we did find out that we dropped out before from Professor Marks? Yeah, Professor Marks. Mmm. Mmm. We can go get another vision with the name of the cafe. I dish. Still would like a back button, because I can't see which boxes these are until I click into them, and I don't want to accidentally solve them. Where's the one with the shapes? What? Where's the one with the shapes? So I think it should be oct, hex, die, sun. No! Oh shit. Got that one wrong. Interesting. So what did I get wrong about the camera perspective bit? They're getting more aggressive. Maybe I can look at the stuff on the floor to make sure I'm getting it right. Maybe I got, like, which one is 9 and which one is 6. Which one is 5 and which one is 2 mixed up. See, I said this would be 9, but maybe this should be 6. That would be the easiest thing for me to try. Wouldn't the same be true about the 5 and the 2? But there's not another option for the 5. The diamonds are not on the floor in the reflections. I'm willing to say I think it was probably which is 9 and which was 6 that I got mixed up. Well, let's try that. Which would make it oct diamond hex sun. Still no. I'm fundamentally misunderstanding something about that room. I mean, I also realize that the shapes are all different numbers of points on them. Right? You got a triangle for 3, you've got this for 4, but they don't line up in that way. This one would kind of line up for 6 if you were to flop it up, but like this one would be that down there, which is, maybe it is 9 circle thing. Maybe this window is funny, because I was thinking the diamond being further away would be the reflection of the one that I'm closest to, right? And that the thing down there is a reflection of this thing here. But maybe it's not. I don't like this one very much. Once again, I think of too many possibilities. A hard time filtering out. And like this, 4 point being next to the 8 doesn't make any sense to me. The pedestals aren't even the same height and size of stuff. So obviously it's not supposed to be a pure reflection, considering there's not even a thing in the center here. Let me look at... There are 4 numbers lying down. I guess there's 4 standing as well. I don't like this. There are 2 triangles. Okay, that's helpful. Certainly not about number of points. If there are 2 triangles. Oh, let's read this again. Several interpretations. That's hinting toward this, the 5-2 and 6-9, requiring you to look at it from different perspectives. Same number from different perspectives. Here's an interesting thought that I don't like the idea of. If you look at the 5 from the side, not only could it be a 5 or a 2, it could be a 1. I want to believe that the octagon and the sun are set. But like, what's the 0? What's the 3? This feels right. 2 is sun. This feels right. 9 is hex. So then 6 should be diamond or circle thing. That's what he said. Maybe the 1 is pointing at the plus. Maybe that's the issue. And it's more about get the number nicely on screen and what symbol do you see, and less about how the reflection is shown. I like that interpretation. So if we would say plus, hex, diamond, sun. Let's try that. Ignore physics. Ignore physics. That was my fault. I was thinking about how the reflections would work in real space. I finally found the hidden cost. I feel like an idiot. I couldn't stop looking at the negative space of the rooms. But once I drew it, once I put it on the page, it was like, oh. Hey, look. Hey, there's a number. There it is. Hey, there's a number there. Looking at it from a not in the film grain, low contrast colors, it is. Yeah. We've made quite a lot of progress so far since then. Interesting stuff. What ultimately changed her mind was when her mentor, Stina, we know Stina. We called Stina. Life. Okay, so then 62 we can cross out. This is the 1953. This was the 1932. So then 1962. Stina Wilsfeld. Don't think we knew her last name. We saw and lore. Saw un animal terribile. The 62 film. Told me she hated it, called it pretentious, yet singularly dumb. She went to see the thing 4 times. Saw it 4 times. Sent a letter to Nero explaining her fascination. Replied, telext. Ooh. Film is horseshit. Come help me make a real masterpiece. There's the name. Dormiente. I know that. Okay, cool. That's the bit we need. Dormiente. Okay. So, I'll run you through what we've done since then. So, I opened the tube. Right? I was finally able to open the tube from here. And that gave us a map. And on the map of floor 3, right here, there was a 3-digit number just sitting there. That was the code to this 3-digit lock. Inside here is another typewriter that has it says it prompts me to give a case-sensitive text code to get a bug report 2, which I have not been able to complete yet. There are 4 busts in the room, which are the same 4 people shown in the statues outside up front. However, they are rotated. They're upside down in comparison. And it's Renate Schwarzwald, Renzo, Nero, Lorelei Weiss, and Lorenzo. But on the busts, they use a number system. It's like 3-2. Oh, no, it's like 3N1 and 32LEI and 32N1 and 2NATE. So from that, I was able to determine what 1, 2, and 3 were in terms of letters. There's a Zo, there's a Ray, and there's a Lo. But I've not been able to use that information anywhere yet. I've tried it with the typewriter here. I've not figured out a way to make that happy. After that, I went into the mirror that we saw at the first-person perspective area that I saw at the very end of last night and didn't explore. We got talked to by the child with an owl mask again. Told us about the magician brothers and that they're vile and dangerous men. And that location was the quiz hall or something like that the notice we saw at the front of the hotel mentioned. There's a note here about a quiz here, quiz night. That's inside that mirror. That's what it is. And inside that first-person perspective, it's the same maze that's in the rest of the game. And there are these men named by numbers, Sextus, Septus, Quintus, all this, different, up to, so far I've seen as high as 15. Quantus? Is it Quantus? Quintus Decimus. As far as 15. I'm wondering if their names are going to relate to the hexadecimal code. If I see a Sextus Decimus, then I will be pleasantly surprised, or pleasantly pleased. And they're all asking me a trivia question, and if you get it wrong, they shoot you and kill you and get a game over. But you have the option to either guess and be right or die, to look at your notes, your photographic memory notes in game, to back out, or to have them repeat the question. I have answered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of them so far. There's 2 of them that I found that I've not been able to answer. And then there are also windows in that maze that correspond to the location of the slabs in the maze through the window. And so I went and grabbed a slab, got the breaking window animation, and then went back into the mirror. And at that location where the window was that was broken, the ghost lady is reaching through and holding a key. So she gives us the keys to these rooms. So now you can see I've done this. I've gathered all the slabs to break all the windows, and now I've collected the keys for 7 of them. I thought I'd collected... Okay, that makes sense. There's 2 more. I can't access 4 of the rooms right now, but now I have completed... inside the rooms are some of Lorelei's exhibits, and they give us some keys to the patterns that are on these dated doors, which then in turn gives us a clue for how to open these boxes. And inside these boxes are the torn out pages of Lorelei Weiss's biography. We found her biography on the floor with pages torn out very early on. And the first one I found gave us the name of Lorelei's mom. So I finally thought, oh, well, let's go talk to the old lady. Maybe that's Lorelei's mom. And I still don't know if that part is true, but what I do know, it might be Lorelei herself. What I do know is that when I said the name of Lorelei's mom, she responded and gave me a vision that corresponded to another date. So here I have learned from these other 2 biography pages, I've learned the name of the cafe, which is one of the things that she mumbles when you listen to her, is the name of the is cafe. So I'm going to say a dish. I dish. Okay. And we get doot X. Other X. And now we have visions here. This is the 1953 memory. This is like a closing aperture. Okay. This is what the other one was, which looks like it corresponds to 2014, which is another important date. So what is this one? The second one could be a 9, 5, 1. but it would be 0951 if we were doing that number of squares. I don't fully know, but we have it. So now we also just got from that other puzzle box the name of Telex name, which is another thing she mumbles. So the Telex name was with the sleeper, dormiente. Is that what that means? Dormir is the French for to sleep, right? Oop. Jesus, how am I supposed to... Okay. This is the first time they don't just, like, wait for you to hit next, and it just ends the vision. Interesting. Okay. I assume these relate to... I don't remember all the shapes they had on the supercomputer, but that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Okay, so then how do I move forward from here? I mean, I can get the next script. Rooms 48 and 60 are blocked off by the statue with a diamond hole. As well as this entire wing. Spade door, I don't know. 73, I don't have the key for. Can't get it yet because I don't have the answer. I mean, I could try to find the answer to Quintus Decimus's question about Andreas Coleman. Ah, okay, yeah, I wanted to look at the front desk to see if maybe, because I was looking through my notes and I couldn't see if there was like a ledger of arrivals and departures. So I thought maybe I'll just go back to the front desk, and if there is one, it would be there, right? This is a letter. This does not talk about Andreas in the slightest. Stinky. Okay. Then... Coleman. Is there a Coleman here? No? There's no Coleman in here, so I can't call them and ask. Andreas Coleman. I almost feel like I need to like go back and walk through some of the stuff of the early parts instead of trying to peruse through all the photographic memories, could just go and look at the objects themselves. What's up, Rudy? So we've got a statue with a diamond-shaped hole to put something in. We've got 3 graves by the mausoleum. Still don't have tickets. Unless the cards? No, okay. You know, magicians and playing cards. The graves at the mausoleum each have a hole, which I cannot tell the particular shape of, but looks roughly circular from here. This is us, Lorelei. We were born in 32. We learned that. So we did die in 2014. We talked to our brother and sister on the phone, and they were surprised that we weren't dead from some trip to, I forget where. That means this is probably the... No, the mother would have... No. Hopefully not. No. Never mind. And then this talked about... Yeah, this gave us an order of dates. We still have the revolver key. Other things I have not used. Tampons. 1. The cards. The rose. The 3 key. The revolver key. Those are all things we have not used. No, I have not solved any extra shortcuts. I haven't spent any time on them. But making steady progress in other places. Ah, this is what talked about Renee Schwarzwald. Yeah. Yeah, she died. She was the lady who fell out the window. And or a mannequin. Should I try to... I don't know. I feel like the only things I've put in things so far have been very shape matchy-matchy. I've put blocks in the missing square shapes in the chapel. I have put discs in the like coins in the circular holes in the horse heads. I've gotten a couple more scripts from Ghost Encounters. And I've got another one primed to be encountered again. So this, I don't know what's going to open the cafe door. Maybe I should just go try the 3 key or the revolver key. I don't know. What am I going to get? A coffee key? All right. Number 6. I'm concerned that this is a time limit. I really hope it's not. My other thought is that after I get all 9, that the guy's going to open his door and we can explore in there. Okay, in the chapel, something similar, we've got us. I can't look at my face. We've got Lore with folded arms right on top. Who knows what's going to be useful. We've got candle, big thing, pew, and we've got an altar. It's not actually what it is, but that's what I'm calling it. Basically is. We've got a goblet. We've got a candle. We've got a crucifix. We've got a Bible, most likely. Got another candle. It's got 2 little square, short candle. And we've got another goblet. Okay. We've got magician, not Renzo, but rather Lorenzo, doing his salute. Covered eyes, 3 fingers on left hand. Got camera. Nothing seemingly out of the ordinary with the camera. We've got footsteps. Oh, and there's another candle on this side. Footsteps going to... Ooh, that's probably what it's going to be about. We've got a back of altar, tipped goblet, sunglasses, and a mug. And there's a key under the Bible. Oh, and there's the... What do they call it? Trachea or something like that? The POD symbol. On back of crucifix. Okay. What is hidden in the secret compartment behind the altar? It was a sunglasses and a coffee cup. Yeah, the goblet was not in it. Okay, chapel night. The gate creaks open. Grandfather clock chimes somewhere in the house. The woman scans the dusky room for any signs of danger. There's no one there save for a handful of wooden saints. Then a shadow of a man steps out from the compact darkness. The magician, he repeats the gesture. What does that mean? That I search for the third eye. Ah, that makes sense. The magician takes his hand off his eyes. The woman raises an eyebrow and examines the magician closely. Why are you doing this? I can tell that it's you. Is Lorenzo actually just Renzo? That would not surprise me. When the third eye passes us by, the world belongs to... Let me write that down. Lorenzo is Renzo. When the third eye passes us by, the world belongs to creators. It's a time for beauty and chaos. An artist will be crowned king, and he will lead our victories over Mammon. What do you want? My Brotherhood wants you to know that our Italian friend has suffered a nervous breakdown of game-changing proportions. Is it not, Lorenzo? Who is it then? Dad? The magician studies the woman's reactions. I trust that you can keep a secret. Should you be unable to finish this project, it could potentially set back art 200 years. 200 years? That's ridiculous. I'm sworn to secrecy, but I can tell you this much. Your maze is of the utmost importance to his mental health, to my order, and indeed the future of mankind. It's just an art project. The magician takes a deep breath. A maze is a manifestation of something larger than you and I. Surrender to the red beast and let it guide thy hand. This maze must be the death blow to the materialistic society. I'm afraid that is beyond my reach. The magician takes off his hat and pulls out a journal from his hat. We had hoped it would not come to this, but we have read your diary. We know everything about you and what you have done. We have seen it in the stars and in the moon. I don't keep a diary. Well, it might not be yours in this dimension, but we are all one here. It's the same story in different times. Stop it. What do you want? We're simply asking you to play along with the game. For the sake of the project, it would be easier for us. I've had enough. Very well, Signorina. The only one that says Signorina is Renzo. I will relay your answers to my superiors. They will be disappointed. My Brotherhood cannot guarantee your safety if you won't follow protocol. What was I doing before that? Andreas? So I gotta go look at the supercomputer? I actually don't remember. I don't remember what I was saying before I decided to encounter the ghost. I wanted to interact with something, but I couldn't because of the ghost. I'm gonna go get more coffee. What was I interacting with? Oh, this door. The cafe door. I was going to try out my keys. Cuff E. Cuff 3. Rose. Revolver. Boo! Okay. Don't know why a card would work. Don't know why any of this would work. I kind of wish unless we needed to reuse them, that the items that we had, like the keys we had used on doors, would disappear. Let's look through this. I can go check out the supercomputer again. I imagine for the suit doors that I'm going to need a club's key, a diamond key, a spade's key, a heart's key, right? But I mean, I've got the cards for two of the suits, but they don't work on the doors. Let's go check out the death door. I think it's interesting that this one in the middle says why, question mark, you know. The trying to see if there are any other like words that get made by happenstance on the diagonals and the top, middle, or bottom rows instead of just the columns. Yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe it's like a 3 of diamonds, 3 of spades. Like there will be number keys that relate to a card for that suit. Let's take a look at these cards closer. The back of the card has swirly red letters which read Club Rouge Monte Carlo. Circular brown stain. Coffee? Back of the cards reads, oh shit, I should have been inspecting these items. Club Rouge Monte Carlo. On the front, there's a small message written on the spades. It is written in black and can only be seen if the card reflects light in a specific way. Moors. Moors is one of the horsemen. This is ace, spades. MCMLXIII. Moors, which is 1963. Moors. Was Moors the Horseman of Death? Death date of 1963? Messages like this, always on the black on an ace of spades, started to appear at cards in casinos in the mid-90s. It was believed to be a solely European phenomenon, but similar messages started to appear globally in the 1900s. The phenomenon had never been explained nor debunked. Secret code used among members of secret societies. So what is 1963 Moors supposed to do for me? But that's interesting, and tells me I should be inspecting my items more. Maybe I need to give the ace of hearts to that coffee door because it hints at the espresso cup. Highly superstitious metropolitan. You did this one for the east. Given by a man after playing the piano. I've had this for a long time. The flower is in bloom and has a pleasant smell. The rose of the Andecan rose variety in Germany. Stage performers. It's not what it appears to be. Okay, so maybe it is a key of some sort. An invitation to ghosts, a key hanging from a chandelier. Somehow appeared after dancing. Stains of a red substance. Well, there is a third eye door on the third floor. It's a poster, but on the map it shows it's a door that can be unlocked. But it doesn't prompt me with my inventory. Engraved with 3. Okay. I guess that's gonna let me... This one bugs me. I feel like the solution to this clue is simple. But the solution to this typewriter feels completely open-ended. I still have not done anything with this. Don't know what there is to do with it. It's not something I can interact with. It just tells me information. Unless perhaps some of them are incorrect. Okay. We've already tried the rose on the statue. So is my only, like, actual lead right now this Andreas? If I can get information about this Andreas person when the day they arrived at the hotel? No, the time. How many minutes after midnight did they arrive at the hotel? I would need some... recordings of coming and going at this hotel to know that. I guess I can look through all of my shit and see if that name shows up. Like, I'm gonna be mad if it's just the number of minutes to get to 1847, but... Tertius Oculus. Tertius, maybe? Maybe I need to go visit the crystal ball at this point. What was his last name? Coleman. Andreas Coleman. It might be that the progression through the mirror is just like progression gated. So if I've not done enough progression in other places to have found out about this Andreas Coleman, then I can't progress in the maze, in the mirror. It's also possible I just don't remember if or where Andreas Coleman was mentioned anywhere. I'm not seeing him mentioned. I still have not figured out this Riol thing. Maybe I'm supposed to, like, this talks about staring into the crystal sphere. This one talks about hat and cards. Bottle of miracle tears. Is it like wine? Chained like a prisoner. My hand holds a rose. That's interesting. Am I able to put the rose in one of the statue's hands? Cannot interact. It's a shortcut to the inside. near the club store. Huh. I feel like that's gating a whole lot for me. I'm going to go to the crystal ball. I know there's also the option of calling 1963, which I don't want to do, because that's specifically like, hey, ask for advice. I'm not 100% certain the crystal ball is a hint system, because it was like I needed to navigate directions, and now I know more about a maze. So south, west, south, west, south, west, north, west, south, west, north, west, south, west, south, east, south, west, south, east, south, east, north, east, south, east, north, east, south, east, north, east, south, east, north, east, north, west, south, west, south, west. South, right? Southwest, 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 southwest. 4 of them. North. Highly doubt that's going to be correct, but do you wish to know your future? (1982). 1982. You will wander the paths of that primordial cave. Yeah, we saw this before. Interesting. Let's say south. Yeah, I was taking... Oh, interesting. interesting. Is it always... Will you not wander the true path? Let me see if it's always that number of... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's always 7. Okay. Absolutely nothing, of course. Okay. Crystal, wall, 7 directions. Okay, I never saw this note. I never saw that note. $17.98. Huh? All right, Lorenzo. Sulawesi Cave. Oh, he's just going to give it to us. North to left, so that would be west. Then south. South. I don't like that. North, but okay. West. South. So we're going north, west, south, south, north, west, south. Well, there's two wasted directions there. Oh, what? Sure. Oh, I don't actually know this. It's turtles all the way down. Okay. Let's hope I recorded them correctly. North. West. South. South. North. Cave paintings. It's me. I've even got my coat on. Bird. Bird. Lizard. Bird. Pig. That's a cool effect. They do some pretty cool perspective stuff in this game. Back to the front. Front to the back. Back to the front. 2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3. Wrong! Lizard. A burb. Oh. Bear, rabbit, fox, bird. A piggy. Yes. Yes. Now I see your immediate future. That's something you need is in your bag. That's good? Interesting. So this is a help system, and it's basically in old games when you would get a continue screen that had like 16 digits, like in Mega Man X, and it would have the state of the game for you. So that combination of them. No, I'm wrong. It was not in my bag. You lied to me. I got the shadow tickets. No, I thought I was picking up what they were putting down, but they were just doing something new. Daha! You'll go to a show. I will. Sure, let's go to the show. That's at least one thread to pull on. Hold on, let's inspect it first. I wonder if my bag is finite. Do I have to put the slabs back? A group of people. Lost media phenomenon. Third eye. I mean, that's what we're doing right now. The whole time? Yeah, show me your dick. Lice-infested wagon? Dead as magic. I have a rose. Give me that dollar! Come back! There's another one. Back there. No! God damn it. Just chasing money. The theater is a tragic lie. Parade for the slumbering. The main attraction is waiting on the stage. But at the edge of this deception, there are lost woods. Oh. Look, I just wanted the dollar. The American dollar. Welcome to the sideshow. For a measly $10, I can show you the trick I call the disappearing woman. Okay. Glad I have not been spending all my money. Okay. Figured. The disappearing woman. Why are they? They're both the same, but sure. Let's go. Right side show. Keeping the art alive. Asa. How it started. Legend of creation. Thousands of years ago, Third Eye shone. Islands. One night it fell from the sky. A human found it, and when she held it, she saw the magic of this world. She had a vision, so she painted a creature in red ochre on a cave wall. At night, the crimson beast awoke and spread chaos and death and devoured the people. The story of the red creature became legend, but the third eye lived on and appears in the most unlikely of places today. Okay, good. But what does that do for me? My money. of Baroness. And treasure hunter. Why a whisper? Long ago, there was a noble human born in a palace. Hidden in her palace was a long-lost treasure with a will of its own. Paint the world in red. Driven by the influence of the treasure, she painted a treasure hunter who appeared in her palace as if real. Together they set out to find the treasure known as the Third Eye. When they found it, all magic and wonders of the world appeared before them. But with the vision came great misfortune. The artist said, "Who needs eyes when there's nothing left to see?" Help the old lady see. She cut out her eyes and blindly fell to her demise, not as a human baroness nor artist, as a mannequin. This is Renate Schwartz. Instead, she had become art. She had turned into red paint from an old rusty bucket. Blinded. Fell. Her whole world faded away as did the treasure hunter, but the Third Eye was once again prepared to trade hands. Became paint bucket. What the fuck does that supposed to mean? What the fuck does it supposed to mean? The pixel chandeliers. I don't have enough money! I bought too many video games! There's 4 sideshows? Fuck! That was a spicy burp. Oh god. Till I may have already guessed. The quest of man. The arts ain't gonna last. I can't pay for them. Music. Legends tell of a human who sought magic. Traveled to a dilapidated palace in the west to find it. Somewhere on these grounds he found the Third Eye, and when he held it he saw the magic of this world. His encounter by holy and profane gave him a vision of his magnum opus. Filled by the spirit of the Third Eye, he saw a whole universe. Everything appeared before him through magic. Music. Alas, magic likewise gained him the mastery of a woeful truth. He found that art is only as good as its spectators. Wasn't the whole thing about the Third Eye that the movies didn't need people to watch it? Something like that? Art. In a feeble protest against mammon and the mediocrity of man, he cut out his eyes. They keep doing that. third eye once again became a lost treasure, and the man faded away. Okay. Trito Rosso. Titro. Teatro. Of my return. Bring magic cards, open past doors. Tell me, sister, did you bring us any magical cards? I have 2! The card of death. Oh! The keys, the cards turn into the keys. Card of love. Okay. Thanks for the keys. Biatch. It's a hotel, not a mansion. But I am chasing money around. I think elevator is the quickest way there. Were they? I don't remember. It's been a long time. I played that on original hardware. Probably back around when it came out. My uncle bought a GameCube. Like we often would do like a yearly little weekend, couple days getaway with some of our extended family on my dad's side. And we had a bachelor uncle that liked video games, and he would do stuff for the kids. So he bought a GameCube and like Wind Waker and Luigi's Mansion, and I'm pretty sure he was like, I don't even want it, and like gave it. I think that's the GameCube that we ended up with. That's where it came from. It's locked. $1. It's full of incomplete and short notes. Fake gun. Yeah, okay. Body moved. Americans. RN equals L. That's interesting. That could be Renzo Nero equals Lorenzo. Could be. But it could also be no. I have no. What's up, Breaker? We've made quite a bit of progress in the last 4 hours. But I've also had a lot of time spent scratching my head, not making progress. I'm broke. I spent all my money on sideshows at the circus. At the Teatro Rosso. Ooh. January 13th, 63. Case 630113 RN. I wonder if I can call that on the telephone. 630113. Oh, shit. Cervical fractures in the vertebrae. Okay. The bulbous oculi. They remove the eyes. Okay. We just learned about this. Commissar Schmidt. Yeah, a phone call from the production company. They wanted to change the names to Lorelei, Laser Eyes. He did play with his revolver. Espresso cup, revolver, playing card, glass shards, letter. I want that espresso cup. Maybe I don't. Red paint on everything but the letter. Oh! I can get another key! Police Beamter. Andreas Coleman! That's the information I need! Ah! That's the information I needed! I was progression gated. Andreas Coleman at 15 after midnight. So the answer is 15. Okay. Means I can get another key! At least. Spoke about eyes. Deceased was found in the gravel path, lying face down with legs were facing the house. The deceased's right arm was folded beneath. Stretched out, blood of blood of pool. The deceased had visible severe head injuries. The deceased had, in addition, severe injuries to the spine, or eyes, maybe. Shards of glass were scattered on the body and around the same. Upon a closer inspection, additional red liquid near the body. Red paint for playing cards in the pockets. Second floor, not third floor. Second floor had been shattered. I mean, above the second floor, above the. If they were on ground floor, then 2 above would be 3. Okay. By witness Lorelei Weiss as Renate, as something citizen Renate Schwarzfeld, right? Should be, according to the deceased has inflicted oculus orbital removal upon themselves and then jumped out the window. Physical evidence points toward suicide. It's been established that the length doesn't seem to fit Renate or Schwarzfeld. Suffered a manic psychotic breakdown. Could be Lorenzo or just Renzo Nero. Stab wounds. Self-inflicted. Oh, in the eyes. The majority state that the frenzied state might have been given the necessary willpower to inflict the injuries upon themselves. Further interviews the witness. Cleared any doubts surrounding her involvement in their death. Okay. Cool. Okay. There we go. Oh. Okay. I couldn't recall or find any information about an Andreas Coleman. Things you have missed. Quite a lot. I finally got the damn map, and that led me to. It had just a 3-digit code in the map itself that led me to the room that needed 3 numbers, which has 4 busts that correspond to Renate Schwarzfeld, Renzo Nero, Lorelei Weiss, and Lorenzo, the magician. There was a number puzzle with that I got the values, two letter values of 1, 2, and 3 to be Zo, Ray, and Lo, but I haven't been able to use that anywhere. There was another typewriter there for a bug report 2 that I've not been able to access. The mirror leads to the same maze, and it corresponds to if you've taken the slabs and they break the windows, then there's a woman handing a key through the broken window. I've collected 7 of those. There are magician brothers blocking doorways in the maze that you have to answer trivia quizzes to, which is why I'm hyped about this Andreas thing, because that's one of the blocking my progression. That's one of the questions blocking my progression. And these keys are to rooms, and opening those rooms gives a scene with a camera and the symbols and stuff relating to the same numbered door. And puzzle box. So it gives you a clue to open the puzzle boxes. And inside the puzzle boxes are pieces of Lorelei Weiss's biography, which have pieces of information that I was able to give to the old lady in her bed. And she gives me visions that seem to, like the first one, this is 2014. I understand this one. But the other ones, I don't understand how they relate to numbers yet, or if they relate to the supercomputer. See what else. I went to the crystal ball and noticed there was a note next to the crystal ball that I had missed the whole time, and it told me to go call a number to contact Lorenzo, and then he told me a 7-direction path cryptically to take in the crystal ball to get to a point where it showed me 3 cave drawings of animals so that I could tell him which cave drawings I saw. And then all of a sudden, while I was on the phone, a ticket appeared in my bag, and now I'm able to go here. And I was able to spend $10 for each of these sideshows to get a story from the Owl Mask Girl. that I'm not really sure what the importance is, except they're about finding the third eye and people gouging their eyes out after seeing all the magic of the world. And this main show allows me to turn magic cards into keys. Yeah, if it actually gets full, I might have to put the slabs back. Well. I think that's about it. I mean, I've also gathered more script pages. I found some information in item descriptions and really found out that, yeah, the item descriptions do give more context on things that I have not really been paying attention to. Was there anything else that I've done? This shows me that in the elevator to the third floor, where there's that poster for the third eye, it shows a locked door symbol on the map. So somehow I can get through there. That poster says the third eye hears all. So I was wondering, do I need to either turn on or off all the music players that I can get access to? I think you're caught up over the last 4 hours. A lot of it was me scratching my head, trying to think of what threads I can pull on. Where is the shit? Diamond door. I need to go up the elevator again. Oh, so the things I could tell the old lady were like, I learned the name of our mother, I learned the name of the cafe, I learned the name of that Renzo Nero used on the telex one time, and those are all things that she mumbled. Telex name, cafe, mother, things like that. Okay. Don't fuck it up. I haven't saved in a little bit since doing the magician stuff. Okay, this is number 7. Supercomputer. Is that a coffee lid on the floor? There's something on the floor. The screen says error. Software failure. Error. Failed to load maze. Error. Service code. Software failure. Service code 2014? Yeah. So maybe 2014. And he's got a... Is that a knife or a screwdriver? Screwdriver? Man, Nero, screwdriver, R, revolver, on PC. And there's the magician hat. I think that, I mean, we kind of already put it together that Renzo Nero is Lorenzo, right? Mage hat. Wine. What is that under the chair? A bolt? There's a couple bolts. Or no, chess pieces? Chess pieces by chair toppled. Lorelei drop coffee. Lamp. Cube. Light. Now, over here is the most likely important detail. There's things on the floor with red paint on them. Chair. Chessboard. Chess. Black. King. There's specifically white chess pieces on the floor. Ball. Table. Blocks. White chess pieces. Toppled. Chair. And then we've got four eyes drawn. Okay. Yeah, there's lights and a fan too. Oh, whatever. I've described everything else. Now, the king is not on any particular piece. It's just in the very center of the board or place. So it's either going to be like 2014. But yeah, this thing is kind of sticking out there. That's no good. But it's also lit up. So it's the 11th or 13th one from the left is sticking out. That's how I lost my coffee cup. Fuck. And there's footsteps, of course. What is he going to ask about for this one? The air code, maybe? 2014? The eyes, maybe? Record scratch. Okay, here goes. How many lights? At least two. There was one by the board that was out. And there was one in the upper left. Fuck off! God damn it! That's what I get for being cocky, I guess. I don't even have the ticket yet. Half an hour? It'll be faster to go through it this time, but all the way back here, picking up this note. Bullshit. Yeah, I think... I don't know if he's going to give us the same directions. I guess I could have just checked. Excuse me? Excuse me? My bad. Fuck. Okay. Okay. I'll do it in the right order. God damn, that's frustrating. I guess that's a lesson. I had been in the past, like saving before encountering the maze man, but I had been successful every time. I was confident. Well, it is the same. Makes me wonder how much is random, if any, is generated for your run, like the bomber code. Okay, at least I've got all three visions. Which means I've opened the puzzle boxes and everything. I'm pretty sure, actually, that in his... I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that in this page of his architect, the cost is 10 and not 15. speaking of Brad, in 2.5 hours, I'll be streaming with him. Which means, once I catch up to where I was, I will save, which unfortunate. I would have been able to make more progress before this, but I'll save. I think I should probably do a little bit of pipe practice, since I've got a big performance coming up on Saturday, and then go get the kids. It definitely does not say tickets there. It says like Bitterni or something like that. I wonder if it's a translation of tickets in some other language. What is tickets in Italian? Or Latin, maybe. I'm gonna do the same 3 side shows that I did before. I'm not gonna cheat and see more information than I could pay for. But I'm just gonna skip through the dialogue of these stories. See more info. Under the Bleachers by Seymour Butts. Brown Mountain by Squad and Leave It. Yellow River by I.P. Freely. I can't skip. Oh. It's on me. I mean, it's also on the game design. Like, you could just have an... I mean, there might be a reason you don't want to save, but you could just have an autosave feature before the encounter. But... Prep for pipes? Ah, that's true. I do need to go get them. Embrace yourself. I gotta get to the tail part first. Weird. We didn't get the interaction with the little girl telling us about this place by walking down the aisle. Maybe you only get that if you do it first. Before doing the sideshows, because she tells you about the sideshows to meet her there. Give me the death, give me the death, give me the death. It's a real bummer that I fucked up. That's a good question. I have no reason to need the card other than for it to become a key. I had not figured out anything to do with them. Or do you mean like the key of the dead woman? I've used most of those. I've not used the 3 key. I've not used the revolver key. I think the hearts is somewhere I cannot access. Yeah. Hearts door is somewhere I don't have access to yet. I'm never gonna make enough money to spend on the gacha. And for good reason. I don't even have enough money for all the things I've found besides the gacha. And if I hadn't been hoarding, I wouldn't have had nearly enough. So, interesting. I am caught up to where I was, and I have not started being haunted yet. Wonder if it does have a time component to it. Because I had just started exploring the diamond room, but I wasn't able to interact because I was being haunted. So minus 1847. And this is Renate Schwarzwald. The balcony door. Of course it's locked. This is Lorelei. This is me. So 2014. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to rely on my brain. I messed that up enough. The balcony. More money. 167, please. Pull the crank. Ladder. To a place I don't have access to. Okay. This is number 4. Back to one of the early pages. Number 4. Survey says... Oh, I don't have that one well. Maybe 130, maybe 50, maybe 80. I remember this. This was the letter problem. Well, it can't be 130. I'm not convinced it could be 80 or 50. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at the puzzle. Because this shortcut would be really nice to have. 5 plus 50. It doesn't make sense. Is this a different base number? 5 plus 50 should be 55. Is there any base system where 135 could equal 55? It would have to be at least base 6, because there's a 5 there, which would make that 18, which then would make that, excuse me, how does that work? It doubles, so 6, 1, 6s, and 60s? Is that correct? Thinking of that correct? No, I'm not thinking of it correct. 36s. 36 and 18 and 5. That's not correct. But it's close. You know what you hope the answer is? I don't understand why they're using Roman numerals if it's not accurate. It's working. Well, obviously it's 135 minus V. I don't understand. I guess we don't open it for now. Okay, I need to go save quickly. There's no way this was just for $1 in the balcony. Hold your fucking horses. See, there's the red button down here. Oh, there's a lot more. I saw the one up there, but okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If they knew the right answer, why did they say they don't know? It's going to be a different question, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think the scene changed, however. The woman enters the basement with a cup of coffee in her hand. She flips the light switch on. She jumps when she discovers the man in her chair. She spills coffee all over herself. The man very slowly turns his head. Signorina, I have come to fear that my entire being is just a part of someone else's story. All my thoughts might be placed in my head by a disciple of Mammon. The man regards the woman. Is this your story? If this is so, I want you to confess. What do you mean? This is all your story. The man stirs to life, all of a sudden happy and energetic. Aphoristic? I don't know what that means. Bird of the hour. I've completely revalued your excellent work. It's amazing. One stares at the glitchy monitor of the maze. Only a handful of dots remain. My God, what have you done? Signorina, burning bridges is mandatory for the matchstick. It was much too functional. This is not a critique of your work. You are an amazing artist, if you permit me to say so. You've ruined all my work. Yes, I had to. Otherwise, it can naturally be exploited by capitalism, despite our best intentions. But I'm not the designer you are. Much work remains. You've totally reset it. I have to reprogram it all. I can't. Such modesty. You must believe in your abilities. I do, if you forgive me for saying so. The man smiles affectionately at the supercomputer. OCU3, like Oculus, like eyes, Oculus. Okay. The man, woman, and machine, a new trinity. But as they say, the cat's clock has no time for mice. The man rushes toward the door and then stops. He turns to the computer and picks up a revolver. Playfully accuses, Signorina, you made me forget my revolver. That must be the highest compliment ever given to an artist. The woman stares in terror at the weapon as the man shows her. Hat to the clouds, Signorina. But look at me. I'm keeping you from your morning coffee. Such is not our way. The man puts the revolver in his pocket, then makes the gesture, covering his eyes and showing 3 fingers before he rushes away. Yeah. Okay. I don't get this. V plus L equals 135. L equals what? That's not enough information. 135 minus V, obviously. Hold on. Maybe I'm dumb. Two variables, 2 equations. I mean, you just if you plug those back into each other, you just get 0. You just get identity. They're not 2 different equations. It's 1 equation. 2 variables, 1 equation. What's the trick to it? I don't think it's math. Like, obviously it looks like math, but I don't think it's math. Really? He did do the magician gesture. He's getting caught up in the third eye. What's the game? Do they have massive tits? Big ass? Veiny cock? How'd you know? I don't know, it's frustrating too. Some of these like puzzles that you can solve if you figure it out are one of the reasons that I feel I'm not going to be able to watch all of Brad's VODs as he puts them out, because he might solve one that he's able to figure out that I have not. I don't want that. Ooh. Alright, I'm going to close the game now. Doot doot a little. Doot doot. Oh, cool game. Good progress. Proggers. Unfortunate that I lost so much time to that mistake. Is it like a free to keep if you redeem it? Hey, look, it is on my. I clicked the search bar and it shows up. It's normally $20. It's on my wish list. Sequel announced. Oh, they're doing the same thing that. Cool. That Graveyard Keeper did. They announced a sequel and they made their game free. Add to account. No, I don't want a desktop shortcut. No, I don't want a start menu shortcut. The default to those now on Steam? Weird. And you can't say anything about my messy garage. At least I'm not paying for a storage unit anymore. going to take a bit to get this in tune. And man, it's weird. This reed, it really takes like 10 minutes to start actually stabilizing. It's really weird. The high A and high G are like way sharp when I first start it, and it's squawky on the bottom end. And then after 5 or 10 minutes, it just kind of mellows out. Strange reed. Also, my fingers are not remembering that tune very well. Whew. finally happy with the tuning. How you doing? There we go. 4 tries, and I finally got the end right. Stinker doesn't care about the pipes, huh? That's a surprise. My cats do not like it. I'm surprised your dog does. So those are the band tunes that I'm playing with this band that's I'm trying to play up a grade or two to I've been invited to play with them, and I normally play at a lower level. They're at a higher level band. I'm working my butt off to try to be able to perform these more difficult tunes at the pace that they're playing them at an acceptable level of play, so I can play with them in competition. But I'm thinking for solo competition, I'm still going to play some of the stuff that I've learned over the years that I'm a bit more comfortable with. And I think if I'm performing for solo competition at a lower grade level, that I would probably be frowned upon to play the more difficult tunes. They would say, pick a tune that's for your grade. So, here we go. Requires a lot of wind. It does. But that's what the bag is for. Basically, our breath works to keep the bag at a constant pressure. So when we take a breath, we squeeze with our arms, our left arm, I guess, to keep the bag under pressure, to keep the 4 reeds. There's a reed in each drone and then a double reed in the chanter here in the front for the melody. So it's like you got to take turns with your breath and your arm. But it's a way more physical instrument than other wind instruments I've played in the past. I played trumpet, I played tuba, which that takes a lot of fucking air. Tuba takes a lot, but this one tuba is not like a overall all body physical experience with the rest of your muscles and everything like this one is. I would have been disqualified for that. I messed up on the last 2 bars. Last 2 bars of the entire tune. It's what? Let's see, 8 and 8, 16 times 4, 30, 60, 64 bars of the tune. I messed up on the last 2. And because I restarted the last 2 bars instead of just playing through the end with my mistakes, I would have been disqualified. These tunes are technically easier, but I've not been focusing on them for the last 6 months. I've been focusing on the harder tunes. Fuck! Well, I guess I got a choice to make at the end of this week. Depending on how confident I'm feeling on them. right, so here's what's going on in my brain. This tune we play. There's multiple styles of tunes. This is a type of dance tune called a strathspey or a strathspey, and this has a phrase. It uses that little run. But the other tune that I've been playing more and more and more than this has a similar one that ends on a different note, a different run. Comes down to an E. Dee 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 doo, and I'm getting those conflated. Well, now I'm worried that if I try to play this other tune that I'm going to ruin my other muscle memory because I've not been putting enough focus on both of them. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Well, that reel is certainly not going to be on the table. So I got to play a 2/4 March. I got to play a Strathspey and reel combo. Then I got to play a Pibroch. And the March, I think, is okay. The Strathspey is fair. That last reel was really bad. The pairing I did before it was a little better. Let's go through Pibroch. Solidify it in my head to all 8 minutes of it. Wow. I can barely move my ring finger on my left hand. Overall, not a bad performance of that tune, of that Pibroch piece. But the judges would have noticed, let's see, in the 1-2, after the repeat, 1-2, in the fifth measure of the first time through the Cronluith movement, at the very end, before repeating the melody at the start, I added an extra 2 beats. I played, let's see, I was supposed to play bum ba biddy dee da bra, and I played bum ba diddy bum ba biddy dee da. I added an extra Cronluith in there, and then during the repeat of the ground, the melody, the Erlar, if you will, I skipped like half a measure. It's supposed to be dum ba ra dee da dum be bram bum bra ba be da da bum. I skipped that. Bum bra ba be da da bra. I skipped that the first time through. The judges would know that. Yeah, after just a little break, my ring finger works again. Got some death grip going on in that high hand. There's a hard embellishment. Boom. And you gotta fit that all in. Bum bum bree dum bum bree. At least I don't have those ones in this piece. There's a few other Pibroch pieces that I want to be able to perform, but they've got that last Cronluith Hamak section at the end, and those are even harder. give my fingers a break before I strain them by overworking the same thing too much. Dum bri da da dee, dum bri dee, bri da da dee, da da dee, da da dee. Pibroch is an interesting beast. I like him. A lot of people don't. Okay, I'm going to head out. I will be back in an hour. I'm ending a little later than I thought. I guess I ended up practicing for an hour instead of the 45 minutes I was expecting, but that's what I get for playing Pibroch at the end. So I'll be back in an hour playing with Brad, some Enshrouded. I'm going to go pick up my kids. Roseanne should be home sometime in the next 45 minutes. Get some food in me. I'll see y'all later. Thanks for hanging out. Bye for now. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.